Before we begin, if you enjoy this kind of content, slow, immersive stories that help you fall asleep, take a moment now to like and subscribe. It helps more than you know, and if you find it's not for you, you can always unsubscribe later. No pressure at all. Now, let's leave the day behind. Take a deep breath, let the noise of the world fall away like dust from an old velvet curtain. You're here now with the past. If you're listening in the dark, even better. Let the low hum of your fan become the wind off ancient rooftops. Let the warmth of your blanket become the fire of a candlelit chamber. Tonight, we're not reading history. We're stepping into it, quietly, carefully. You're not just hearing a story, you're inside it. So before we begin, take a moment to let your body go heavy. Feel the bed beneath you. Let your shoulders drop. Unclench your jaw. Let your fingers curl loosely. Let your feet fall outward. There's nowhere to be but here. No one to impress. Nothing to do. Just this moment, this breath, this story. Close your eyes if they're not closed already. It's not 20 or 25 anymore. Not here. Let's begin. It began with a poster in the window of the post office. Bold red letters, a proud man in uniform pointing straight out of the paper. And behind him the Union Jack waved like something holy. Something worth dying for. They said it would be over by Christmas. They said you'd be a hero, that your uniform would make your mother weep with pride, and the girl who never looked twice would finally remember your name. The posters were everywhere, on lampposts pinned outside the church, even handed out by a man with a ribbon on his chest who told you that brave men were needed, and cowards would be remembered too, just not the way they'd like. So you signed your name in a hall that smelled like ink and dust and certainty. The paper was thin, the pen blotted, but the promise felt solid. Adventure, glory, honour, maybe even a medal. Your mates signed up the same week, laughing too loud, calling each other corporal already, puffing out chests that were barely done growing, and when you came home that night and told your mother she didn't cry the way you thought she would, she just set a plate down quietly and asked if you packed warm socks. The morning you left, the sky was pale and still. Your sister walked you halfway to the station and slipped a tiny silver cross into your hand before turning back. She didn't say goodbye, just write to me, like that could stop anything bad from happening. The train smelled like coal and polish and young sweat, full of boys wearing stiff new uniforms that hadn't yet been rained on, everyone grinning, hats tilted back, voices high with excitement and nerves, boots still clean, duffels full of things you thought you'd need but would end up trading for biscuits or dry cigarettes. They gave you bread and tea at the depot, and someone played a tune on a mouth organ, something familiar, something about home, and everyone joined in because singing made you feel less like prey and more like a parade. One boy passed around a letter he'd written ahead of time. "Dear Mother, I'm doing very well," already creased from being unfolded and admired. The sergeant barked now and then, telling you to sit straight, no chatter, look like soldiers, and most of you tried, even if your hands were shaking. Out the window the towns blurred past, church towers, wheat fields, blackbirds startled from trees, and for a while you forgot where the train was going, imagined instead that it was taking you somewhere far but harmless, where you might come back with stories and a scar just deep enough to impress someone. No one told you what it would smell like, though. No one warned about the cold or the rats, or how a man's silence could be heavier than a scream. No one said you'd carry more ghosts than medals, or that some days you'd miss the sound of chickens more than the thought of home. You leaned your head against the window and closed your eyes, thinking of the bakery where you once worked, the way your mother's hands folded dough, the way your sister would hum in the evenings when she thought no one was listening, and then almost gently the train began to slow. You felt it in your stomach before your eyes opened, the weight shifting, the song stopping, boots shuffling into order, and when you stepped off onto the cracked platform the air was thicker, wetter, the ground already coated in a kind of dark that didn't lift with the fog. Someone shouted your name, not to greet you but to assign you, and you shouldered your kit and followed the others through the drizzle towards something waiting, something vast, invisible, and already inside you. They said it would be over by Christmas, but even then you knew. The war had already started inside your bones. You arrived just past dusk. Not that you can tell where dusk ends and dread begins out here. Everything's grey, everything's soaked. Even the train station where you step off feels like it's been forgotten by the world. and remembered only by the war. Men shuffle past you in silence, faces hollowed out, their boots leaving behind more mud than footprints, and the moment you step onto the ground, your own boots fill with water, warm at first, then numb. Someone yells an order, but you don't understand it. The accent is thick and the words clipped like they're in a hurry to be done with you, so you follow the line in front of you, carrying your pack and the little tin cup they gave you, and wondering if this is how everyone feels on their first day at the front. They don't call it the trenches, not really. They say up the line or the front or where the rats are braver than the officers, and when you reach it, you understand why. There's no trench in the way you imagined, not like the drawings from the papers back home, but a rotting gouge in the earth, a scar filled with men and guns and water and smoke. You're told this one's been held for nearly a year, though the smell tells you it hasn't been cleaned in just as long, like someone spilled sweat, cordite and rot into a pit and called it shelter. The mud is up to your ankles within minutes, and you're told to keep moving because standing still means freezing or slipping or both, and the duck boards, wooden slats laid across the bottom of the trench, aren't there to keep you dry, just to stop you sinking completely. You pass others on their way out, older men, their eyes sunken and uniforms stiff with dried filth, and one of them looks at you, really looks, and says nothing, just gives a nod like he's handing off something he doesn't want to carry anymore, maybe hope, maybe duty, maybe just the belief that someone else will live through the week. You find your dugout by number, a hollowed-out den barely wide enough for two, and you're told you'll be sleeping 4 across, heads opposite feet, knees curled, boots on. Never take them off, someone says, unless you want Trenchfoot to eat your toes in your sleep, and you believe them, because you can already feel the wet trying to crawl up your legs like something alive. There's a brazier in the next dugout over, the red glow casting just enough light to make shadows more frightening, and the smell of stale tobacco and spoiled food clings to the walls like wallpaper you never asked for. As you sit there, hunched, waiting for the night to end before it even starts, someone presses a piece of bread into your hand. Hard, dry, but food, and you thank them even though they don't respond, just nod and go back to staring ahead like he's watching a picture only he can see. Above you the sky cracks, not thunder, not this time, but distant shell fire, low and rolling like the growl of something enormous moving just out of sight, and everyone flinches but no one moves, because that sound means it's not your turn yet. The rats are bold here, climbing over crates and boots and sometimes even sleeping men, and no one swats them away anymore. They're just another part of the trench, like the lice you'll find tomorrow in the seams of your shirt or the water that never quite dries from behind your knees. There's a man scribbling a letter in the corner with a pencil no longer than his thumb, mouthing the words as he writes. Tell Mary I'm all right. Tell the baby I... And then he stops, blinks, and tucks the paper into his coat without finishing it, like that's safer than lying all the way. You try to sleep but the ground is too uneven, your heart won't slow down, and every time you close your eyes you think you feel something crawling across your chest, so you breathe through your nose and count backward from 100 again and again until your mind gives up and drifts, but not for long. Someone coughs, someone shifts, someone mutters a prayer in a language you don't know, and you stare up at the wooden beams overhead and wonder if they'll hold when the next shell lands close. The walls drip with condensation, and your coat, which was dry just yesterday, now feels like it was dipped in soup and hung in a smokehouse. And you try not to think about the boots you wore back home, the ones that didn't squelch with every step, the ones that didn't smell like swamp and iron. A whistle sounds far off, just one, and every man in the dugout tenses like dogs hearing the rustle of a leash, but nothing follows, and the silence that returns is heavier than the noise was. Outside the dugout, in the narrow slice of trench exposed to the sky, someone is stacking sandbags again, quietly, his hands moving like he's done it 1,000 times and plans to do it 1,000 more. You wonder how many men have stood in this very spot before you, thought the same thoughts, whispered the same names into the back of their hands, and wished the sky would stay dark just a little longer. You aren't alone, not here. There are voices from all over the world in these trenches now, accents you've never heard, men from Canada, Senegal, India, New Zealand, all drawn to this same strip of cursed earth by flags and kings and promises they may not live to see fulfilled. In the rare quiet moments between barrages, you sometimes hear songs, low, wordless, almost holy, floating from one dugout to another like the earth itself is trying to remember beauty. Your feet ache, not from standing but from not moving, from the way cold wraps itself around your toes like it means to stay, and someone hands you a strip of cloth to wrap around your ankle, says it helps if you keep dry socks, then laughs, because no one has dry socks anymore. When a lantern flickers out, no one lights it again. You're told light is dangerous here. It draws attention from above, and you don't want attention. Not from them, not from the eyes you can't see in the dark above no man's land. So you sit, knees tucked, helmet askew, listening to the rhythm of drips and boots and breath, and you try to imagine the sound of your mother's kitchen, the creak of the floorboards in the hallway, the smell of warm bread. But the trench has other ideas. Instead, it offers you the scent of cordite, mould, damp wool and fear. When the next shell lands, it's closer. The sound not a thunderclap, but a wet, ripping thing that makes the dirt above your dugout rain down in fine dust, and no one speaks. No one screams. They just wait, count, breathe, pray in whatever way they can manage. Slowly, slowly, the night passes, until you realise the sky is softening, not brightening, but losing its blackness just enough to tell you that you made it. That morning is coming, that the rats are retreating and the officers will be walking the lines again soon. Your mouth is dry, your hands are numb, your knees stiff, but you're alive, and that's more than you were sure of 5 hours ago. And as the first grey light slips down into the trench like a tired ghost, you close your eyes, not to sleep, but to remember, and whisper the name of the one you miss most. You don't know how long this war will last, or how long you'll last inside it, but for now, for this moment, you are still here, and that's more than enough to begin again. You wake before the sun, not because you want to, but because a voice shouts, "Stand to!" And that's how every morning begins. In the half-light before dawn, everyone lines the fire step with rifles ready in case the enemy chooses this moment to charge. It rarely happens, but the routine never changes. You're half asleep, boots still wet, eyes burning from the smoke of last night's brazier, but you stand because it's what's done. The officer walks by, not quite looking at anyone, his face hollow from the same cold you're feeling. When the sky begins to lighten, the order is reversed. Stand to ends, and the day officially begins, though no one marks the difference beyond a muttered word or a stretch that sounds more like a groan. Someone passes a tin mug of tea down the line. It's lukewarm and tastes faintly of rust, but it's warm, and that's enough. Soon the trench begins to shift from sleep to survival. Men start their routines. Some shave with icy water, scraping weeks of wear from their cheeks with dull blades. Others empty the latrine buckets, a task no one volunteers for but everyone takes a turn at. A few write letters home. They always begin with the same lies. "I'm well. The food is good. Don't worry." You write one too, your handwriting stiff, the pencil worn to a nub. You say the things they need to hear, not the things that are true. You don't mention the lice or the cold that never leaves your bones. You don't say how the trench walls ooze, how the mud sucks at your feet like it wants to keep you, or how the silence before a shell falls is worse than the blast itself. Later you help repair a section of the wall that collapsed in the night rain. The sandbags are heavy, and your hands are raw from handling them. The mud slides down in sheets, burying boots, and sometimes memories. No one talks much. Voices are low. A joke might be told, but it lands softly, more habit than humour. Someone nearby is cleaning his rifle with near-religious care. Another is patching his socks for the third time this week. The smell of boiled cabbage wafts from the cook's trench, and though you know it'll taste like wet cloth, you find your stomach answering anyway. Hunger isn't hunger here. It's just another thing you carry. A runner comes by with news. A list is read aloud. Patrol duty. Latrine duty. Supply runs. Your name's not on it this time. You feel guilty for the relief. The man assigned to patrol tonight sighs, pulls his scarf tighter, and says nothing. He walks off like someone heading toward fog, not knowing if he'll return. In the afternoon, the sky turns copper-coloured with the threat of another storm. You stuff more straw into your boots and wrap your scarf around your neck again. The trench never dries, no matter how long it hasn't rained. You've stopped thinking of your skin as your own. It belongs to the cold now, and to the things that crawl. When the mail arrives, there's a tension you don't talk about. Some letters bring joy, others bring silence. A man beside you reads his letter 3 times, folds it, and then stares at nothing for a long while. You receive one from home. It's short, hopeful, full of things they think will comfort you. You don't cry, but your throat closes just a little. You tuck the letter inside your coat like it's made of gold. Then someone reads aloud a rumour. Leave might be coming soon. Paris, maybe even England. You don't believe it, but for a moment it's nice to pretend. The trench feels lighter, if only for a breath. Evening comes like it always does. Slow, cold, heavy. Dinner is served. Porridge again. It tastes like ash and memory. You eat because that's what you do, not because it fills you. A shell lands far off. No one flinches. The distance tells you it's someone else's problem. Later, you help refill the duckboards in the low spot where water's been collecting. It's a job for the unlucky, and tonight, that's you. The boards are slick with mud and the remains of something no one wants to name. You do it quietly. Everyone does. There's no glory in this, only the shared grim agreement that it must be done. You crawl back to the dugout just after midnight. It's your time to rest, though rest isn't the right word. You lie on the damp bedding, eyes open, listening. The rats are louder at night. The air smells of oil, mildew, and fear. Someone nearby mumbles in his sleep. Another snores. The brazier glows faintly red in the corner. You pull your coat tighter and stare at the wooden beam above you. It's held this long. Maybe it'll hold another night. You think of home, whatever shape it takes now, a streetlight, a window, the sound of your mother's voice. Then the shelling starts again. It isn't close, but it's loud enough to remind you. Remind you that death doesn't send warnings, that even in stillness you're in danger. You close your eyes and try to sleep, not because you're tired, though you are, but because your body needs to forget where it is for a while. You hear someone weep softly. You don't turn. There are no heroes here, only men trying not to break before morning. You'll wake again soon, stand to, drink rusted tea. Fill the latrine, patch the wall, and do it all again. Because surviving here is not about courage, it's about repetition. Night drapes over the trenches like a heavy blanket, muffling even the distant guns. A lone soldier sits with his back against the earth wall, breath misting in the cold air. His mind wanders through the darkness, heavy with the weight of the day's fears and close calls. Each shallow breath carries the echo of distant thunder, a reminder of battles beyond the horizon. In the quiet, he can finally feel the tremble in his hands that he hid during daylight. There is a dull ache behind his ribs where anxiety has settled, but here in the stillness it eases. He stares upward at a strip of starry sky, seeking a hint of calm beyond the chaos of war. In the hushed company of the night, he allows his guard to soften, just a little, just for now. This is the fragile peace between shellfire and dawn, a time for weary souls to breathe. Silent shapes of sleeping comrades surround him, each burdened with their own secret nightmares. He is not truly alone, yet loneliness clings to him like the damp air, intimate and cold. Memories of daylight horror drift at the edges of his mind, but he gently guides them away. For a moment he simply exists, heart still pounding but slower now, grounded by the earth beneath. He doesn't speak. He just breathes and listens and tries to believe he'll make it through. In his mind, the day replays, the sudden scream of shells at dawn, the ground shaking under relentless fire. He remembers pressing himself into the mud, every muscle tensed and heart hammering with raw fear. In that frantic moment he felt utterly helpless, a small being beneath a sky of falling iron and flame, each second stretched eternal, filled with the thunder of bombardment and the acrid scent of gunpowder and earth. Yet even as the chaos raged overhead, he found himself breathing slow and steady by sheer will. He recalled a comrade beside him whispering a shaky joke about the enemy's poor aim, absurd but comforting. A fragile laugh escaped his lips then, cutting through the terror just enough to keep him sane. Huddled together, they endured by clinging to these sparks of humour in the darkness of dread. The joke was a tiny act of defiance, a shield for the mind against panic and despair. As the shelling waned, relief flooded in, and he realised his hands were still steady on his rifle. The routine training kicked in automatically, each step familiar and grounding amid the madness. Fear still lurked in his veins, but discipline and a hint of laughter had held it at bay. Now in the calm after the storm, he marvels at how a simple joke and drilled habit saved his mind. He repeats that joke in his head now, almost smiling, grateful for the foolishness that helped him hold on. Life in the trenches is stitched together by routine, a fragile tapestry of sanity amid chaos. At first light comes the ritual stand-to, every man quietly rising to watch the pale dawn for threats. They share a silent understanding at that hour, hearts pounding softly with the memory of dawn attacks before. Afterwards comes the small comfort of hot tea brewed over a sputtering flame, the steam warming their faces and spirits. Hands wrapped around tin cups, they trade the same old jokes about the dubious quality of army tea. The banter is light, almost normal, a brief return to boyish ease that makes the mud and wire feel farther away. Next, they tend to chores, cleaning rifles, mending gear, draining puddles, each task a welcome distraction with purpose. In the simple act of scraping mud off boots or writing in a journal, they find a sliver of control over their world. One man says a quiet prayer over his meal, another rubs a lucky coin before tucking it back in his pocket. These small rituals become anchors, binding them to the hope that routine will carry them through another day. When fear threatens to rise, the familiarity of routine steps in, steadying shaking hands with practiced habit. Evening falls with its own patterns, sharing a cigarette, murmuring a song as stars prick the sky one by one. By keeping to these humble rituals, they weave a shield of normalcy around their hearts against the encroaching darkness. It's not much, but it's enough to keep their minds from unravelling completely. A heavy pang of grief settles in his chest as he remembers those who did not see the night fall. Faces of friends flicker in his memory, one who joked about home just yesterday, now gone into silence. He recalls how he pressed a trembling hand to a friend's shoulder in his final moments, offering what comfort he could. There was no time for tears in the frenzy of battle. Sorrow was a luxury to be postponed for later. Now later has come in the quiet dark, and the ache of loss presses against his throat hot and bitter. His eyes burn, but he blinks the tears back slowly, each breath steadying him in this fragile stillness. In the darkness, he whispers a simple goodbye under his breath, a tiny ritual of remembrance only the stars witness. He clings to small memories of laughter and kindness, allowing them to soften the edge of his grief. A worn photograph changes hands among the men, each taking a moment to nod and murmur a shared goodbye. They speak in hushed tones about their fallen friend, recalling a prank he pulled that made them all laugh. Gentle laughter mixes with tears unshed, a quiet tribute that eases the heaviness for a moment. In this way they mourn and honour, binding their hearts together against the overwhelming loneliness of loss. Though his heart feels hollow, he finds a numb sort of peace in the camaraderie of shared remembrance. He tells himself grief is the price of memory, and he'll keep paying it if only to remember. When the weight of war becomes too heavy, he reaches for pencil and paper, a lifeline back to a gentler world. By the dim glow of a shielded lantern, He writes a letter home in careful, steady strokes. The words he chooses are simple and calm, speaking of little things. Warm meals he imagines, the sunrise he watched, a joke from a friend. He spares his loved ones the darkest details, painting instead a picture of perseverance and hope between the lines. With each sentence, he can almost feel the presence of home enfolding him, familiar and safe for a little while. The act of writing slows his racing thoughts, each loop of pen on paper a quiet ritual of normalcy. He remembers his mother's voice humming a lullaby, and for a moment the trench walls fade into distant memory. In his mind he walks through fields of his childhood, golden and sunlit, far from any sound of guns. This gentle daydream is not an escape but a refuge, a place to rest his weary spirit when reality is too harsh. He folds the letter slowly, imagining it carried on the wind back to those he loves, carrying a part of him to safety. Tucked in his breast pocket are letters from home, worn soft by repeated reading on lonely nights. He draws one out now and traces the familiar handwriting, every loop and curve a comfort against his fingertips. The distance between trench and home narrows in that moment, and the loneliness eases as hope quietly stirs. With the letter clutched in hand, he finally exhales and lets the moment hold him. When despair edges in, he fights it with quiet hope and stubborn resolve born of necessity. Some nights, under the fragile light of the moon, he allows himself to imagine a life after the war. He sees a tiny cottage by a calm river, perhaps, or a familiar street where loved ones wait with open arms. These visions are gentle and warm, and he holds them close like a lantern against the darkness of doubt. In the deepest part of his heart he believes he will return to those he loves, and that belief carries him through the worst days. He reminds himself that each dawn survived is a step closer to home, each hardship born a shield for the family far away. When the night is quiet, he whispers promises to the stars, of coming home, of living well for the sake of the fallen. His whispered words rise like prayers, merging with the dreams of countless soldiers longing for morning. There is comfort in knowing he's not alone in these hopes. The entire trench breathes with the same quiet yearning. Even the weary wind seems to carry a note of that yearning, a low hymn of desire for peace and tomorrow. Though shells may shatter the ground, they cannot shatter the dream he keeps safe within his soul. This hope, gentle but unyielding, gives him strength when all else is mud and fear and uncertainty. And clinging to a vision of better days, he tames the wild helplessness into something he can endure. And in that quiet dream, he finds just enough light to face whatever morning brings. Weariness finally overtakes him, a gentle surrender as his eyes grow heavy beneath the star-speckled sky. He pulls his damp coat tighter and burrows into the earth hollow he calls a bed, the familiar scent of soil oddly comforting. Around him the night guards stand watch, and he rests easier, knowing a friend will wake him if danger comes. His mind drifts as sleep approaches, floating between the distant rumble of guns and the memory of a summer river back home. Each breath he takes is slower than the last, the cold air filling his lungs and leaving as a quiet sigh. In the darkness behind his closed eyes, he imagines soft lamplight in a safe kitchen, the murmur of family just beyond the door. A faint smile touches his lips as he lets that warm vision carry him far from mud and fear. The nightmares will come, perhaps, but for now even the war grows hushed in his exhausted mind. Here, wrapped in the night's fragile peace, he's simply a man in need of rest, nothing more. His heartbeats settle into a calmer rhythm, keeping time with the muffled cadence of distant artillery echoes. The trench fades away for a while, as a healing numbness blankets his senses, protective and kind. Sleep, when it arrives, is deep, and for a few precious hours he is free, wandering safe landscapes of dream. And so, in this broken world, he endures another day, and finds reprieve in the embrace of gentle sleep. Because sometimes surviving means simply closing your eyes and waking up again. The final months of the war did not feel like an ending. They felt like an unravelling. Men no longer asked, "When will it be over?" but "Will I still be here when it is?" The rumours spread like whispers between breaths, that peace talks were underway, that the Germans were weakening, that the war might end by winter. No one believed it, not fully. Hope was dangerous. Hope got you killed. The trenches were quieter in some places, but death had learned how to whisper. Each morning still came with the same routine. Stand to, scan the mist, wait for nothing or everything. Letters spoke of coming home soon, but no one packed. No one dared to. A man might die after reading a letter that promised his return. The weight of years in the trenches had hollowed out belief. The only truth they trusted was the one written in mud, in the names scratched into wood crosses. By October, some units were told to hold back. "The push is nearly over," the officer said. But even then, shells still fell, and orders still came, and boys still bled out into the frost. No one wanted to be the last to die, but someone always was, and so they waited, not with hope, but with exhaustion, eyes toward the grey November sky. When the armistice was finally declared, it came not with fanfare, but with a kind of stunned silence. The men heard the orders, saw the time, the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, and still they did not quite believe it. Some looked to the sky, half expecting another shell to fall, half daring to hope that none would. In the hours before it struck, some units still fought, still fired, still fell. A man could die at 10:59 and be forgotten by 11:01. But then the guns stopped, just like that. No more thunder rolling through the mud, no more screaming steel overhead. It was not joyful, it was eerie. A hush descended over the trenches like fresh snow, covering everything but the sound of breathing. Some soldiers cried, others stood frozen, rifles still in hand. A few laughed, though the sound felt foreign in their mouths. One man lit a cigarette with shaking fingers and said nothing for a very long time. They waited, listening, sure it was a trick, that at any second the barrage would resume and punish them for letting down their guard. But it didn't. The silence deepened. The rats stopped running. The wind shifted. And for the first time in years, the war did not answer back. Men looked at each other, unsure of what to do with hands no longer required to fight. The battlefield was still, and in that stillness the enormity of it all began to settle on their shoulders. The war was over, and none of them felt like they'd won. Not everyone went home at once. When the armistice was signed, the trenches didn't disappear overnight, and neither did the dead. Some men were assigned to burial details, collecting what was left, naming who they could, and covering who they couldn't. Others stayed to dismantle what the war had built. Wire, posts, crates of supplies, things that no longer served a purpose but couldn't be left behind. And while some trains began to move again, carrying soldiers back towards cities that still had lights, many walked. They carried sacks of belongings over their shoulders, and questions they couldn't answer in their eyes. Some limped, some were helped, some moved like ghosts. When they crossed into quiet fields, they flinched at the sound of birds. When they entered towns, they felt too large, too dirty, too silent. The war had shrunk them into creatures of routine and reaction, and the noise of peace was almost too loud to bear. They arrived home to mothers who wept, to fathers who stared, to sisters who did not know how to speak to the stranger in uniform. Wives reached for men who no longer knew what to do with touch. Children were reintroduced to parents who smelled like damp cloth and gunpowder. Some veterans said nothing, some drank, some left again, unable to reconcile the quiet of fields with the thunder still echoing in their heads. And for all those who returned to familiar doors, there were others who returned to nothing. The house was gone, the family had moved, the job had vanished, and so they started again, with broken bodies, heavy hearts, and the knowledge that home was not a place you came back to. It was something you had to build from whatever the war had left behind. The war didn't end when the guns fell silent. It lingered in the breath, in the bones, in the things left unsaid. For many it came home with them, tucked behind the eyes like a shadow that never quite left. Some men flinched at fireworks. Others refused to sleep indoors. A sudden bang, the clang of metal, a cough in the dark. These could send a man back to the trenches before his heart had time to catch up. They woke sweating, sometimes shouting, sometimes not waking at all. The nightmares were private battles, fought beneath blankets that never quite warmed them, and then there were the ghosts. Not the kind from books, but the ones with real names, real smiles, real voices that still echoed across empty rooms. Survivors learned to carry guilt like a second skin. Guilt for living, guilt for looking away, guilt for forgetting even a single name. The war had trained them to endure, but it had not taught them how to feel again. And yet some did. Slowly. They planted gardens, not because they needed food, but because watching something grow felt like an act of defiance. They raised children and told only half the stories. They built lives from fragments and learned to laugh again, quietly, as if afraid the sound might wake the dead. Others could not. They drifted restless, never quite settling, never quite trusting peace. They kept their boots polished and their backs to the wall, waiting for a war that had already ended to call them back. And when it didn't, they waited anyway, because some part of them still didn't believe they'd truly made it out. The war didn't end when the guns fell silent. It lingered in the breath, in the bones, in the things left unsaid. For many it came home with them, tucked behind the eyes like a shadow that never quite left. Some men flinched at fireworks, others refused to sleep indoors. A sudden bang, the clang of metal, a cough in the dark. These could send a man back to the trenches before his heart had time to catch up. They woke sweating, sometimes shouting, sometimes not waking at all. The nightmares were private battles fought beneath blankets that never quite warmed them. And then there were the ghosts. Not the kind from books, but the ones with real names, real smiles, real voices that still echoed across empty rooms. Survivors learned to carry guilt like a second skin. Guilt for living, guilt for looking away, guilt for forgetting even a single name. The war had trained them to endure, but it had not taught them how to feel again. And yet, some did. Slowly. They planted gardens, not because they needed food, but because watching something grow felt like an act of defiance. They raised children and told only half the stories. They built lives from fragments and learned to laugh again, quietly, as if afraid the sound might wake the dead. Others could not. They drifted, restless, never quite settling, never quite trusting peace. They kept their boots polished and their backs to the wall, waiting for a war that had already ended to call them back. And when it didn't, they waited anyway, because some part of them still didn't believe they'd truly made it out. You're the general now, not by choice, but because the others ahead of you are gone. Some were promoted upward into titles and halls, others were buried in fields their maps never marked. You wake early, as always, in a tent that has seen 3 seasons of war and barely kept out the worst of any of them. The candle has burned to a stub. The boots by your cot are scuffed, stained, and still damp from the last inspection through the mud. Your aides are not yet awake. The camp is hushed, holding its breath for news that may come or may not, and in that space you are alone again with the weight of command. You rise, stretch stiff joints, and glance once more at the map you left open. Lines and arrows and dates that make death look clean. But it isn't. It never is. You know which battalion is weakest, which flank is soft. You know where the next order will drive men who haven't eaten properly in 4 days, and still it will be you who signs it. They do not see what you see. The War Office sends its instructions in elegant envelopes with embossed seals, and the men in distant rooms believe the war can be won by inches of paper. But your hands have signed orders that returned nothing but body counts. You are not bitter. You are beyond bitter. The bitterness dissolved sometime after Ypres and before the second gas attack, somewhere in the endless names of boys who followed without question. They trusted you. They still do. And that's the hardest part. They look at you like you know, like you've seen the other side and understand how to get there. but all you've seen is loss, men with half a face, letters you still haven't written to mothers who will ask why. Why him? Why then? You could lie. You've done it before. He died quickly. He didn't suffer. But you know better. Most do not go quietly. You do not eat in the mornings anymore. Hunger feels too much like guilt. Instead, you walk. The path from your tent to the command post is short but filled with reminders. Helmets stacked near the gate, bandages drying on lines, a soldier coughing into his coat praying it's only the cold. You nod to those who salute but avoid their eyes. You were once one of them, long ago, in a simpler war. You remember the drills, the sharpness of pride in your first commission. You remember polishing your sword. You haven't touched it in weeks. What is ceremony to men who haven't bathed in a month? At the command post, messages await. Recon reports, weather updates, a request from a junior officer who wants to delay the push by 1 day to resupply. You will say no. Not because you are cruel, but because there are men on the other side of the wire counting on you to keep the pressure. If you stop, they will die instead. Someone always does. You walk the line before dawn, not for show, for truth. It's the only time you hear what the soldiers actually say. You keep your greatcoat unbuttoned so the wind can remind you that you are alive. One man is reading from a Bible. Another is sharpening a bayonet with fingers that tremble too much. You stop when you reach the boy at the end of the trench. He couldn't be more than 17. His boots are too big. His uniform is too small. He smiles when he sees you. You do not return it. Not because you don't want to, but because the smile is already a memory. He won't last the week. You know it in your bones. You walk on. The mud sucks at your boots and pulls, as if trying to keep you here forever. Maybe it will. The sky lightens with the grey of morning. You receive the latest from intelligence. The Germans are shifting east. You must hold. Reinforcements are delayed. Rations are halved. Morale, they say, is tentative. You laugh at that word. Tentative morale. As if hope was something that could be measured. You write back, "We will hold. We always do." You don't believe it, not really. But they need to hear it. The men, the ministers. Even the sky seems to ask you daily, "Will we hold?" You cannot afford to answer with doubt. Your signature becomes a promise, whether you mean it to or not. Later that day a letter arrives. It is from the mother of a soldier killed last month. She thanks you. She says her son believed in the cause and followed you proudly. She says she hopes the war ends soon. You fold the letter and place it in the small box where you keep the others. The box is nearly full. You've stopped counting. Once you wrote back. Now you can't. Every reply sounds the same, and each one costs more than you can spare. You light a second candle as dusk falls. You mark tomorrow's objectives on the map. The enemy is strong here, so are you. You tell yourself that. The rain starts after dark. You hear it on the canvas, soft at first, then louder, like footsteps marching across the sky. You try to sleep. You cannot. You think of the boy in the trench. You think of the ones who smiled before him. You remember a name from your first unit, long before all this. Private Ellis. The first man who died under your command. You still see his face. You still dream of the letter you had to write. That night you stayed up until dawn, rewriting it 4 times. Now the letters write themselves, and that terrifies you. You wonder if the machine has taken your heart too. In the morning you send the order. The push will begin at dawn tomorrow. The men will advance under cover of smoke. You've arranged for extra shells. You've doubled the rations for tonight. You visit each company, offering words you no longer believe in. Hold fast! You're making history. We're proud of you. They nod. They salute. Some cry after you pass. You do not turn back. Your horse is ready. You do not ride anymore. Not since the last one was killed by shrapnel in front of your tent. Now you walk. You always walk. You meet with your officers before the sun sets. You show them the map. You speak plainly. You do not promise survival. You promise purpose. That is the difference between a leader and a liar. One tells you that you'll make it. The other tells you why it matters even if you don't. They listen. They do not question you. They never do. That frightens you more than dissent. At least dissent means someone is thinking. When men stop asking questions, it means they've stopped expecting answers. Before you return to your tent, you visit the infirmary. Smells of alcohol and blood and something too old for either. You thank the medics. They don't need it, but you say it anyway. There is a man in the corner, eyes glazed, fingers missing. He asks if he'll play the piano again. You do not answer. You squeeze his shoulder. It is enough. The wind is bitter outside. The moon is high. You pause before entering your tent and look up. The stars are clear. You wonder how many are watching this war from the heavens. You wonder if they turn away. Inside, you sit at your desk. You write in the ledger. You mark down supplies, changes in rank, the names of the fallen. You stop when you get to the blank column for tomorrow. You do not fill it in. Not yet. You let the candle burn a little longer. You listen to the wind. You fold the map and lay it flat. You remove your boots. You say nothing. There is no one left to impress. Only the silence and the weight of what comes next. You don't sleep. Not really. You close your eyes, but your mind walks the trench line again and again, reviewing every possible failure before the sun rises. At 4, a runner brings final confirmation. Artillery support is standing by. The wind has changed slightly, gusts smoke may drift east. That means confusion. That means men might advance without cover. That means loss. You nod. There's nothing to be done now. The plan is in motion. The coffee is bitter. The silence, worse. You dress in layers. Wool, coat, gloves. Not for warmth, but for weight. You need to feel something when the numbness begins. When the first shell lands, the earth doesn't shake. You do, not visibly, not outwardly. But inside, you remember every boy who has ever looked up at you and asked, "Will it work?" And how you've always answered with a quiet lie, "It has to." The forward company goes over at 5:40 a.m. They do not shout. There is no drama, only the rustling of movement, the clatter of boots against ladders, the dull thud of bodies moving fast toward the horizon. You watch through field glasses. You see the first wave dissolve like smoke in the mist. One moment there are lines, the next there is only red and ruin. You grit your teeth. You mark the time. You note the barrage's effectiveness. You whisper the names of officers under your breath. Not prayers, not really, but acknowledgements. You gave the order, you sent them. You must carry them. The second wave moves in. It fares better. Some reach the wire. You see figures hunched low, crawling, cutting, pressing forward. You see bravery so thick it feels like sin. No man should have to be this brave. No war should ask it. The reports come in sporadically, relayed by panting men with eyes too wide to focus. They say the third trench line has been reached. They say there's resistance. They say the captain is down. They say nothing really, because it's just pieces of a storm you can't control. You send medics. You send flanking instructions. You wonder if you should go yourself. You don't. Not because you're afraid, but because your role is different now. If you fall, no one replaces you. If they fall, you write their names. You return to your tent and stare at the map. It looks the same. The lines haven't moved. The paper doesn't bleed. You place your hand on it anyway, just to feel something. By noon, the push has stalled. Your men are pinned. The machine guns have the range. You have to decide. Pull back and lose what they gained, or send reinforcements and risk everything. You walk outside. You look at the clouds. You listen for something. A voice, a sign, even God. But there is only wind, and so you send them, a fresh unit, not boys, veterans. You tell them they are needed. You don't say they are being sacrificed. They already know. They don't salute you. They just nod. That's worse, somehow. They've stopped pretending you can save them. An hour later, a messenger is hit just steps from the command post. You hear the crack. You feel it in your chest. You run toward him, and he's already gone. He wasn't delivering orders. He was delivering letters. They're scattered in the mud now, stained and unread. One is addressed to a woman named Margaret. You pick it up, wipe the blood away, and tuck it into your coat. You don't know why. You just do. You've done worse for less. You sit beside his body for a minute. No one disturbs you. They've learned not to. The gains are minimal, the cost extraordinary. When the last units return, they look like ghosts, covered in grime, eyes hollow. One man stares at you and says, "We held it." You nod. You want to say, "At what cost?" But you don't. You already know. The doctor gives you casualty numbers. They're high. Too high. You take the list and excuse yourself. You walk to the woods just beyond the rear line, the only place you can breathe. You sit on a log and read the names, one by one. You make yourself memorize 3 of them. Just 3. It's all you can handle. But it's something. You will not let them vanish into ink and dust. When you return, your officers are waiting. They ask what comes next. You don't answer right away. You look at the map again, the same damn map. And you say, "We rest for tonight." It's the first mercy you've given in weeks. They don't question it. You suspect they are as hollow as you. Later, you visit the infirmary. There is singing. A nurse with a kind voice hums to a man with half a leg. You stop at the door, listen, and feel your throat tighten. You don't go in. You leave the letter for Margaret on the table. Someone else can decide if it should be sent. That night, you stare at your reflection in a small shard of the mirror. You see lines that weren't there in spring. Your eyes are not tired. They are changed. You wonder if you'll recognise yourself when the war ends. If it ends. You write in your log. You cross out lines. You write them again. You pour a small measure of brandy and sip it like a sin. You think of the boy from the trench. You don't know if he made it. You don't want to find out tonight. You bank the fire low. You close your eyes. And for a moment, just one, you imagine the world without sound. They say the guns are quieter now, that the line is holding, that casualties have stabilised. You hate the language of peace when it arrives too early. You know better. War doesn't end in a day. It drags its claws through the months after. It waits in the paperwork, in the new list of names. This morning you approved 17 commendations for valour. You signed off on 6 burials. You declined a 7th because there was nothing left to bury. You reread the reports. You correct dates. You question locations. You wonder if the same precision was given to the men when they were still alive. One report says, "Minor skirmish." You know it lasted 3 hours and cost 9 lives. There is nothing minor about it. You consider rewriting it. Then you don't. You close the file and stare out the tent flap, at the way the fog hangs over the trees like breath held too long. Visitors arrive. A delegation from HQ, clean uniforms, smooth hands, eyes that scan the camp but never linger. You shake their hands. You answer their questions. You pretend to believe their words. Progress. Resolve. Shared sacrifice. They nod when you mention supply issues. They frown sympathetically when you mention the wounded. Then they offer suggestions. More patrols, new rotations, another advance by week's end. You offer tea. They decline. You walk them to their vehicle. It doesn't stop at the infirmary. It doesn't look at the trenches. When they leave, the silence feels heavier than before. You return to your maps. You consider moving the front 2 inches. You wonder how many men that will cost. You make the change. A letter comes from your sister. She says the garden is blooming, that the rationing is tiresome but endurable, that mother is tired but still knitting socks. She asks if you've seen any roses near the front. She enclosed a clipping of one from home. You stare at it for a long time. You can't remember the last time you smelled a flower. You tuck it into your journal, between a page listing rations and one recording. The loss of a signal corpsman. You close the journal. You light your cigarette. You watch the wind play with the tent flap and think about your mother's hands. There's a new chaplain. Young, earnest, too clean. He stops you on your evening walk to ask if he can hold a service. For the lost, you nod. You don't speak. He asks if you'd like to say something during it. You shake your head. You've said enough already. That night you attend. The men stand in rows, hats off, boots quiet. The chaplain speaks of duty, of sacrifice, of eternal rest. You feel each word like a stone in your chest. You do not bow your head. You scan their faces. You look for the ones you're already planning to send into another storm. You wonder which ones will still be standing when the next sermon comes. The next morning you meet a courier at the edge of camp. She's French, efficient, smiles when she speaks, hands you a satchel of dispatches and tells you her name. Claire. You repeat it. It feels strange in your mouth. Normal. Like something from before. She thanks you for your work. You don't know what to say to that. She rides off before you can answer. You carry the satchel back, open it at your desk and begin again. Pages and pages. Updates. Directives. Questions. You write answers in the margins. You add notes. You sign. You sign. You sign. That evening a corporal asks to speak with you. You allow it. He stands at attention longer than necessary. Then he removes his cap and holds out a folded paper. It's a drawing, the trenches, the men, a dog in the corner. The detail is rough but honest. You ask if he drew it. He nods. You tell him it's good. He says, "I wanted to remember them right, sir, before they changed too much in my head." You say nothing. You take the drawing and pin it inside your tent. It flutters gently when the wind moves. You leave it there. Rain returns, the kind that soaks without sound. You walk the lines. Fewer men now. Faces older, even when they're not. The talk is soft. The laughter rare. One man reads a tattered book by lantern light. Another sews a button onto a coat that won't last another week. You ask about their supplies. You ask about their sleep. You ask if they've eaten. They lie kindly. You accept it. You stand among them until the cold creeps into your spine. Then you nod and move on. You do not want them to see you shake. You try writing a letter that night. Not a report. A real letter. To someone. Anyone. You start with your brother's name. You scratch it out. You try your father's. You stop halfway through the second sentence. You stare at the paper. The ink bleeds in the candlelight. You fold it once, then again, and tuck it beneath your pillow. You do not try again. Not that night. Not for many nights. In the weeks that follow, there is movement, orders, rearrangements. New names appear on the duty roster. Others vanish. One night, a shell lands too close to the latrines and kills a cook. The next morning, his friend is gone. Deserted, maybe. You do not pursue him. Some men need to survive in ways the war cannot permit. You understand that now. You stop asking why. You start asking what's next. One afternoon while reviewing supplies, you find an old tin of tobacco. You open it. It smells like memory. You sit beneath a tree and roll a cigarette the way you used to. You smoke it slowly. You listen to the wind. You imagine it carrying your thoughts somewhere past the wire, past the trenches, past the reach of this war. You do not move for a long time. The war ends without ceremony. The guns stop, not all at once, but slowly, like a storm remembering it has somewhere else to be. The order arrives at your post in a courier's pouch, no different from the others. It reads like any other command. Cease offensive operations, no trumpet, no relief. Just the sound of men not dying, and the silence that follows. You stand at the edge of the trench line as the sun rises, watching soldiers emerge slowly as if afraid peace might be a trick. They speak in low voices. They count heads. They don't cheer. They just look around at the mud, at each other, at you, and you nod. Because you don't have words left. You use them all trying to keep them alive. You do not go home right away. There is paperwork to finish. Dead to identify. Equipment to log. Graves to mark. The world assumes your job ended with the last bullet. It did not. It only changed shape. Now you must write letters again. So many letters. Not about tactics. About sons. He fought bravely. He did not suffer. He was loved by his comrades. You write that line so often it stops meaning anything, and then it means everything. You fold the letters carefully. You seal them. You place them in bags to be sent west. You wonder if mothers will believe you. You wonder if you deserve their belief. When you finally return, the station is quiet. There is no welcome committee, no applause, only a porter who doesn't meet your eyes, and a carriage that smells faintly of coal and forgotten things. You pass familiar places made unfamiliar by the sheer fact that they still exist. houses, fields, shops, a child chasing a hoop down a lane. You step off into a world that kept turning without you, and you don't know where to place your hands, your uniform itches, your medals feel like mistakes. People ask how it was. You say, "It was done." They nod. They want more. You have nothing else to give. Your home is smaller than you remember. The walls lean in, the bed feels too soft, the silence too loud. You find yourself rising before dawn just to stand at the window and watch the mist. You make tea. You forget to drink it. You read the paper. The headlines feel like someone else's story. You walk. You nod at neighbours. You do not visit friends. You're polite but distant. They say he's changed. You're grateful. You hope you never go back to being the man who could send boys into fire without shattering. You try to write a memoir. It lasts 3 pages. The first begins with dates. The second with names. The third ends mid-sentence. You put the pages in a drawer. You do not open it again. Instead, you build small things. A bench, a fence, a birdhouse. You find peace in the weight of wood, in the scrape of sandpaper, in nails that stay hammered when everything else feels fragile. You feed birds. You talk to them sometimes. You do not mind that they do not answer. Each year you attend the ceremony. You polish your boots. You stand straight. You place a wreath. You say nothing. Reporters ask for comments. You nod. You give a quote. Something about honour, about sacrifice. It feels hollow in your mouth, but you say it anyway because someone has to. You watch the younger officers. They look like boys. You hope they stay that way. You look at the older veterans. They look like mirrors. You do not avoid them. You walk among them and listen. That is enough. There are nights you cannot sleep. You sit on the porch with a blanket and a book you do not read. You listen to the wind. Sometimes it carries sounds that aren't there. Voices, footsteps, the whistle of a shell that will never land. You do not flinch. You let the memories come. You let them sit beside you until they fade. You learn their shapes. You stop fearing them. They are not ghosts. They are history. And history, if nothing else, deserves to be remembered without shame. One spring you return to the field, not in uniform, not as a general, just as a man. The trench is gone, the ground has grown over, but the hill remains, and the trees. You find the place you used to stand. You take off your coat. You kneel. You place a stone. You say 3 names. You wait. No one hears you. That is the point. You do not need witnesses. You need truth. And here, in the silence, it feels like truth is possible. You're not proud. You're not broken. You're something in between. A vessel that carried duty across fire and returned with cracks. You do not try to fill them. You let the light through. You speak when asked. You answer children's questions. You do not glorify. You do not minimize. You tell the truth, as much of it as you can bear. And when you are done, you sit back and let the quiet return. One winter, a young soldier visits. He is polite, nervous. He says he's read about you. He wants to know what it was like. You look at him, and you do not see yourself. You see the boy from the trench, the one with the 2 big boots. You invite him in. You pour tea. You listen more than you speak. And when he asks the real question, the one behind all others, how did you survive it? You answer honestly. By remembering who I was before it, and not letting go of him entirely. That night, you sleep without dreams. The next morning, you wake with the sun. You step outside. The frost is sharp. The sky is clear. You feel the cold and do not shrink from it. You breathe deep, and for a moment, just a moment, you believe in peace. So if you're listening now, wherever you are, in a quiet room beneath a heavy sky, or just resting after a long day, know this. The war may have ended on paper, but for those who carried it, it never truly left. It lingered in the silence, in the names remembered, in the men who returned and in those who didn't. And if we speak their stories, if we honour their endurance, if we look gently at the weight they bore, then they are never forgotten. Not truly, not ever. You wake in darkness long before the sky begins to soften with grey. There is no alarm, no rooster, no signal but your own body trained by years of repetition to rise before light. You don't stretch or yawn. Those luxuries belong to people who don't wake with a list already humming in their heads. You sit up, careful not to disturb the children who sleep like spoons in a wooden bowl, tangled in blankets too thin for winter. The hearth is cold. The ash is soft and silent. You crouch by the stones and breathe into the embers left from last night, coaxing warmth back into a house that forgets heat so quickly it might as well reject it. Sparks twitch in the dark. You feed them with twigs your eldest gathered 2 days ago and hope they'll last until tomorrow. The fire catches. The orange flicker makes the walls look less like a prison and more like something barely holding together. You warm your fingers and for just a second let them feel like your own. Then you stand and begin. The pail waits by the door. The well is far, the handle stiff, the rope splinters if you hold it wrong. You carry it in silence, the cold slapping your legs with each step. The world still colourless, still too early for thought. The path is mud in spring, frozen in winter, and scattered with the footprints of other women like you, all headed to water, to work, to the same set of demands, waiting in homes that eat everything and give nothing back. You lower the bucket, listen for the splash, pull it hand over hand while your back burns with a quiet fury. You've never seen your own shoulders, but you know they're not delicate. You know they've earned their weight. You pour carefully into the pail, avoiding waste because waste is sin and spill is weakness, and weakness is not something a woman like you can afford to be seen with. Back inside, the cottage begins to stir. The baby fusses. Your daughter mumbles in her sleep. Your son curls tighter. You move around them with the practiced grace of someone who has memorised the dimensions of every creaking board and corner of this room. You ladle out the remains of yesterday's porridge, scraped from the bottom, reheated with water, thickened with whatever root you could boil into submission. The bread is hard, but there's bread. You tear pieces for the children and pretend not to hear their chewing, slow down when they notice there's less than last time. You braid your daughter's hair. You wipe your son's nose. You whisper to the baby to hold her hunger a little longer. The goat hasn't been milked. The fire is still weak. The steward's bell will ring soon. Your husband has already gone. He leaves early, returns late, his hands stained, his voice softened into silence over the years. You used to speak more. Before the second child, before the famine 3 winters ago, before the new taxes. Now your conversations are mostly glances, nods, shared shrugs, when the grain goes bad or the neighbour's barn collapses and there's nothing to be done. Still, he works. You both do, because that's what survival is. Not triumph, not joy, just endurance. And if you're lucky, a moment of laughter between frost and childbirth. Outside the sun is rising, but it doesn't bring warmth. It brings visibility. The steward might ride through today, or the priest. You tie your shawl tighter, not for modesty, but to hide the tear in your blouse. Fabric doesn't mend itself. You'll need to find time tonight to patch it if the thread hasn't run out. If your eyes don't close first. You carry the baby on one hip, balancing the water with the other arm, and listen as the church bell chimes from the hill. It's not your church, it's the Lord's church. But you kneel in it anyway. You've baptised 3 children there. You've lit candles for 2 neighbours who never came back from their pilgrimage. You've confessed sins you didn't commit just to give the priest something to forgive. He likes that. He likes when you tremble a little. He says it's holy. You say nothing. You pass the manor's grain house on your way to the fields that looms like a swollen belly stuffed with harvest you helped bring in, but will never taste. You don't look at it directly. That would be pride. And pride is dangerous for people who still owe their 10th to the church and their 15th to the steward and their silence to the Lord. You reach the edge of the field and set the baby down on a patch of wool you sewed from scraps. She coos softly, doesn't cry. You've raised her to know that quiet is safety, that needs must be measured, rationed, stretched like flour across too many mouths. You begin to weed the barley rows, knees deep in mud, hands raw from thistles and frostbite. You hum to keep your breath even. A song your mother sang, or maybe you made it up. You can't remember anymore. The song is all that matters. Later your neighbour joins you. Her husband died last year. Fever took him before the frost did. She works alone now, 3 children behind and no dowry left to trade for help. You greet her with your eyes. Words would be wasted. You work side by side, sharing a rhythm older than prayer. Dig, pull, toss, breathe. Occasionally she hums too. 2 notes that match yours, then silence again. There's a language between women that no man learns. It isn't spoken. It's carried in gestures, in the way one woman straightens another's shawl or turns a half loaf into a whole meal when a child is sick. It's not kindness exactly. It's survival made communal, and it's the only reason the village still stands. Midday passes with no break. A dry crust of bread is passed between you and your neighbour. You dip it in a tin of broth and try not to notice the sheen of fat has vanished. You still pretend it tastes of something. The baby naps. You kiss her forehead once and tell yourself that's enough mothering for the day. The priest passes through near dusk. He blesses the field. He doesn't look at the women. That's the part that feels safest. You bow your head anyway, not because you believe he carries the divine, but because if you don't, he'll tell the steward. And if the steward knows, the Lord will know. And if the Lord knows, there will be questions. And questions are like wolves. You don't invite them near. When the sun dips below the hills, you gather the baby, sling her back against your chest and begin the walk home. The path is quieter now. The sky is the colour of ash and egg yolk. Smoke curls from a few chimneys, but most homes are dark. You hope your husband is back. You hope the stew still simmers. You hope the children didn't fight. You hope too many things at once and know better than to expect them all. The cottage glows faintly when you reach it. Your eldest son waves from the doorway. You exhale slowly. The fire is low but alive. There's a pot on the hook, and something inside smells faintly of onion. You nod to your husband. He nods back. That's enough for now. The children eat with their hands, quietly. You eat last. You always eat last. Your youngest falls asleep in your lap. Your daughter scratches at a flea. Your son asks if it will snow. You say no. You aren't sure. The roof still leaks in the corner. The stew tastes of bark and boiled air. But everyone is full, or close enough to it. You close the shutters, kiss each head once, and settle onto the pallet. You pull the blanket up and feel the warmth of 4 small bodies pressed close. Your back aches, your feet are cracked, your shoulders burn, and you have survived the day. Tomorrow will come the same way this one did. Cold, hungry, quiet. But tonight, in the flickering light of a fire you built, with the breath of your children warming the space between your ribs, you allow yourself a single, silent truth that no steward or priest or law can tax from you. You're still here. You attend Mass every week, not because you understand the words, but because not showing up would be noticed. The priest speaks in Latin, his voice echoing against stone walls that were built by the calloused hands of your husband's grandfather, and maybe yours too if you follow the lines back far enough. You stand when the others stand, kneel when they kneel, cross yourself when you're supposed to, even though your mind is elsewhere, on the goat that hasn't been eating, on the barley that's turned yellow at the tips, on your daughter's cough that hasn't gone away. You clutch your rosary not because it brings you peace, but because it keeps your hands from betraying your fear. The chapel smells of wax and wet wool, and something faintly metallic you can't name. The priest does not look at you directly. You're not certain he ever has. But when he speaks of sin and obedience, his gaze seems to rest somewhere near your row, and that is enough to keep your eyes lowered and your breath quiet. After Mass, you join the other women near the tithe barn, where the steward stands with his ledger and his voice like boiled vinegar. You bring the chicken you were keeping for winter. He frowns at its size. He always frowns. You bow your head and say nothing. You give him the eggs you had planned to sell. He marks a line. He doesn't say thank you. The church demands its 10th. Whether your child is sick or your roof leaks or your hands are bleeding from harvesting a crop that didn't belong to you, they say it's God's portion. but you've never seen God eat. You've only seen the priest grow heavier while your own skirts hang loose around your waist no matter how many layers you wear. There are other taxes, not just the church's. The lord of the land demands his share too. If you want to grind your grain at the mill, you pay. If you want to bake bread in the communal oven, you pay. If your cow births a calf, you pay. If you marry, there's a fee. If your husband dies and you wish to keep your land, there's a fee for that too. They call it inheritance. You call it grief with a receipt. When the steward comes to collect, he does not knock. He pushes open your door and looks around as if counting what you might be hiding. You have nothing, but still, you stand straight and speak gently, because the steward can take more than grain. He can take your husband, your sons, he can whisper your name to the priest, and in this village a whispered name spreads faster than illness. The taxes are not always in coin or goods. Sometimes they're in hours, days. The Lord calls it corvée. Labour owed to him simply because you exist beneath his manor's shadow. Your husband must leave your fields to till his. You must leave your weaving to carry stones or clear brush, or help build something that you'll never be allowed to use. Once, it was a wall around the manor. Another time, a new roof for the steward's home. You stitched the thatch while your fingers cracked from cold, and still you were told to smile. Gratefulness is expected. Silence is required, and you learn early not to ask why. The church watches everything. There is no part of your life it does not reach. It decides when you may eat meat and when you may not. When you must fast and when you may feast, though the feast days feel the same as the others, just more prayer before the same stew. During Lent, you pretend cabbage tastes like lamb. On Fridays, you boil leeks and pretend not to miss the pork that used to stretch the pot into something worth remembering. You confess once a year, kneeling in the wooden booth while the priest asks questions you do not wish to answer. You lie sometimes, small lies. You say you were angry when you were just tired. You say you were prideful when you were simply trying to survive. You never say you doubted. That doubt crept in during the hunger. That sometimes, when your baby cries and there's nothing to give her, you question whether heaven hears anything below a steeple. Your silence is not cowardice. It is preservation. You hold your tongue not because you are afraid of hell, but because you are already living through a version of it and cannot afford to make it worse. The last woman who complained was asked to kneel in the chapel for 7 nights, eyes cast down, fasting on water and hard bread. Her child died of fever during the 3rd. The priest called it a lesson in humility. The steward called it unfortunate. You call it a reminder. And reminders in this village are not written in ink, they are carved in memory. Still, you make offerings. You light candles you can barely afford. You donate wool when you have none to spare. You help clean the altar, scrub the stone floor, polish the chalice. You teach your children the prayers you do not understand, not because you believe they work, but because you fear what might happen if they're forgotten. Faith is a language of obligation here. You speak it fluently. You do not dream in it. Your dreams are of dry seasons and babies who do not cough, and shoes without holes. Your dreams are practical, and they do not belong in stained glass windows. The chapel is the only place in the village with real stone walls, thick ones that don't sway when the wind howls or leak when it rains. It feels safe, if only for the hour you're in it. But that safety comes with a weight. The priest's eyes are sharp. He remembers who kneels first, who kneels last, who bows deeply, who whispers too quietly. Once, he called your neighbour forward in front of the entire congregation and accused her of pride. A crime. Laughing too loudly during a feast day. The chapel was silent after that. It has stayed silent since. You do not envy the priest, but you fear him more than the Lord. The Lord is distant. His anger must travel through many mouths before it reaches you. But the priest stands close. He hears you breathe. He sees when your hands shake. He decides what is sin. And sin, here, is defined by whoever has the louder voice. You keep yours soft. You speak when spoken to. You never mention the time the priest took your neighbour's daughter aside during evening prayer. She returned with her hair loose and her eyes wet. You never asked her what happened. Some questions are too dangerous, even in whispers. When your child is born, the priest blesses her in the cold stone chapel, his fingers dipped in water so cold it makes the baby cry. You do not cry. You stand still, clutching your shawl around your chest, and repeat the name you chose, your mother's name, though the priest frowns at it. He wanted a saint. You wanted memory. The priest wins, of course. He writes the name he prefers in the record book. You can barely read, but you can see it doesn't match the one in your heart. It is a quiet theft, the kind you're expected to accept. You do. When your husband is ill, the priest comes to bless him. He recites the rites quickly, barely looking at your husband's face. You hold the bowl for the holy water. You hand him the cloth. You do not speak. After he leaves, you sponge your husband's forehead with clean water, unblessed, but cooler. He survives, barely. You light a candle in the chapel and do not mention the broth you made that likely did more than the priest's prayer. You do not expect thanks, you do not receive it. The candle flickers in the draughty chapel, and you wonder if heaven noticed. The taxes increase in spring. A new decree from the bishop. More grain, more eggs. You count your hens. 2 of them are old. They barely lay. You offer the best you can. The steward shrugs. He takes them anyway. You feed your children bread made from barley and acorns. You chew slowly, pretending the bitterness means strength. The priest speaks of sacrifice. You learn to nod with your mouth full of bark. You do not remember the first time you bled. You only remember your mother's eyes when she saw the stain. She didn't scold, she didn't speak. She simply handed you a cloth and tied her own tighter, as if you had pulled the moon closer to your family's shame. From that day forward, you were watched differently. Not protected, just watched. By neighbours, by men, by the priest. By your mother, who began to speak to you less as a daughter and more as something preparing to be spent. Marriage came soon after. Not for love, not even for comfort, just the alignment of 2 empty households and the silent acknowledgement that a girl without a husband becomes dangerous. You were given a ring made from twisted tin. It bent the first time you carried firewood, but you still wear it. It tells the world someone claims your labour, your womb, your silence. That's what a husband is for here. Not tenderness, not partnership, just a container for your obedience. The first child came quickly, too quickly for your hips. You screamed, not for help, but because the body has its own language when it tears. No one came. The midwife arrived after it was over, nodded once, and checked that the baby had all its fingers. She didn't ask how you felt. No one did. The child was alive. You were alive. That was the miracle. That was enough. You were told to rest for 2 days. You rested for 1, then returned to the field with blood still running between your legs and the infant tied to your chest. You did not complain. That would have been vanity. Pain is a woman's tax, and no one forgives late payment. Your breasts ached, leaked, cracked. The baby cried constantly. You learned to bounce while you stirred the pot, to sing through exhaustion, to fold sorrow into blankets and tuck it under straw beds. You learned not to look at your reflection in the well water. You no longer looked like someone with a name, just a shape bent in service to other people's hunger. You whispered prayers, not for blessings, but for enough milk, for your stitches not to split open again, for the rats to stay away from the cradle. Your husband said little. When he did speak, it was of fences and seeds and how the barley might rot. You nodded, your mind half in the room, half hovering above it, trying not to float too far. There are things no one tells a peasant woman about motherhood, that some nights you will look at your child and feel nothing but fear, that you will wonder if you are meant to feel more, that you will resent the way your body is no longer yours, that you will worry the priest can see your doubt in the way you kneel, that the women around you are too tired to notice your unravelling, and if they do, they will only offer another cloth, another prayer, never the words you actually need. I know, me too. Hold on. When your second daughter died in the night, no one cried. You wrapped her in a shawl and placed her in your husband's arms. He walked to the chapel. The priest gave her a name you didn't choose and a blessing you didn't hear. The earth swallowed her without a marker. There was no funeral. There was barley to plant. You were back in the fields the next morning, and when your neighbour offered you her only egg, you knew it was the closest thing to mourning you'd ever receive. You whispered your daughter's name into the wind once, then never again. You were told to have another. You did. 3 more. 1 sickly, 1 strong, 1 quiet. You love them all. You think, shame here wears many forms. It hides in empty cradles and full bellies. It hides in the eyes of women too old to marry and too young to die. It hides in the gossip that spreads faster than fever. When a girl is found walking near the forest with a boy not her kin, the women don't ask what happened. They ask what she wore. When your cousin was caught pregnant without a wedding, she was made to kneel at Mass for 7 weeks. When the child was born, they gave it to a family in the next village. She was told it was a gift. She bled for 3 days. The priest called it penance. You call it cruelty. But only inside your own mind. Out loud you say nothing, always nothing. You learn how to walk without looking like you want to be seen, how to stand without taking up space, how to speak with your hands instead of your mouth. You learn to nod even when you disagree. You learn to bury hunger under duty. You teach your daughters the same, not directly, just by letting them see you, by letting them watch how you flinch when the steward passes, how you bow your head when the priest touches your shoulder, how you give the best piece of bread to your son even when your stomach twists with the ache of it. They will learn from that, and they will survive. You hope. When you bleed again and again, you pray for it to stop, not because you hate the idea of another child, but because your body is already threadbare. Your hips ache with memory. Your spine curls from weight. Your hands shake when you hold the infant, not from fear, but from fatigue so deep it scrapes your soul. You know another birth could end you. You know the midwife is old, the herbs inconsistent, the stew too thin to grow bones from scratch. You pray for mercy. You pray to saints with names you've never spoken out loud. You light candles you can't afford. And when the blood doesn't come, you feel 2 things at once, relief and guilt. You ask forgiveness for the relief. That's what the priest told you to do. There are days you think of running, not to escape, just to feel like you still can. You imagine walking to the edge of the forest, past the old stone boundary where the deer gather. You imagine sleeping beneath a tree, cradled by something older than pain. You don't go. You wouldn't get far. The child would follow. Your husband would look for you. The village would talk. You would be called mad. You would be brought back and made to confess. Better to stay. Better to keep your dreams tucked beneath your tongue like a splinter. You'll chew around them until they dissolve. Sometimes when the moon is high and everyone is asleep, you lie on your back and let your mind wander. You imagine a house where you choose who enters. You imagine a day where you can sit without a task. You imagine holding your daughter's hand in a world where she isn't a burden, a risk, a future wife waiting to be spent. You imagine resting without guilt, loving without fear, laughing without consequence. You imagine these things not because you think they'll happen, but because the imagining keeps you from forgetting you once had a self beyond the walls of this life. You do not hate your children. You do not hate your husband. You do not hate your life. You just do not remember where you are in it. You have become function, duty, a sum of tasks performed in sequence. You used to have a favourite season. You think it was autumn. You remember laughing once before your second child. You remember liking the colour blue. You remember singing just to hear your own voice. These memories are like smoke now, present for a moment, then gone. You hold them when you can. You let them warm your chest for the space of a breath. Then you return to the present, because the stew must be stirred, the baby must be changed, the blanket must be mended, the floor must be swept, the night must be survived, the dawn must be prepared for, the days keep coming. You do not ask them to stop. You only ask to keep walking through them. Obedience is not something you choose. It is something folded into you like flour into dough, slowly, repeatedly, until you can no longer tell where it ends and you begin. You do not remember when you learned it. It was never one lesson. It was dozens. A cuff on the wrist when you spoke out of turn, a sideways glance from your mother when you asked too many questions, a story whispered over bread about the girl who didn't kneel deeply enough and how her crops failed that season. You do not remember rebelling, not really. Maybe once. Maybe you said no once. Maybe you hesitated when the steward asked for more eggs than you had. You remember the silence afterward, the way everyone looked away when you entered the chapel, the way your husband avoided your gaze. It was not anger that followed, it was something worse. Disappointment. The kind that clings. You obey not because you're weak, but because the alternative is chaos, and chaos has no shape. At least here, under the thumb of the steward and the eye of the priest, you understand the rules, the tithes, the fasts, the limits of your voice. You understand what a woman may do and what a woman must never even dream. You understand the church demands your soul, and the manor demands your body, and the village demands that you smile through both. And still you find a way to survive it. That too is obedience. The quiet kind. The kind no one sees but still calls sacred. And yet there is a toll, a cost that piles like dust behind your ribs. It doesn't bleed. It doesn't scream. It just presses. Every day, the quiet knowledge that your life belongs to others, that your choices were made for you before you could speak, that every time you were told to obey, you did, and every time you were told to endure, you did. And now, after years of kneeling and carrying and feeding and bleeding, you can't quite remember who you would have been if no one had told you what shape to become. But even in obedience there is a power, not loud, not bright, but power nonetheless. The power of endurance, of waking every morning to do what must be done, of keeping your children fed, of keeping your husband alive, of keeping your heart from cracking all the way through. The church praises suffering. The manor praises silence. The village praises modesty. But your body praises none of it. It just continues somehow. Bone holding flesh. Skin holding stories. Hands holding everything that would fall apart if you dared to rest. You've heard the priest speak of women who disobeyed. Eve, Jezebel, heretics burned for reading the wrong words or refusing the right man. He says their punishment was just. You do not agree, but you do not say so. You nod. You cross yourself. You pray at the shrine. You fast when you are told. You kneel until your knees bruise, then kneel again. You teach your daughters to kneel beside you. You teach them the rules, not because you want to, but because you want them to survive. You teach them the chants, the signs, the silences. You teach them how to smile when they want to scream. You teach them that obedience is not weakness, it is armour. But at night, when the cottage is quiet and the fire is low, you lie on the hard pallet with your children curled beside you, and you whisper things the church would call dangerous. You whisper stories of women who ran, of women who hid, of women who carved a place for themselves in the forest, away from the chapel and the manor and the eyes that never blink. You whisper them not because you believe them, but because the whisper itself is a rebellion, and because your daughters deserve to fall asleep with a dream, even if it's only borrowed. The men in your life carry their own burdens. You do not hate them. You see the way your husband limps after long days. You see how his hands shake after cold mornings with no breakfast. You see how he flinches when the steward raises his voice. He obeys too. The system spares no one. But still, he is allowed anger. He is allowed silence. You are allowed neither. Your emotions must be useful. Kindness for the children. Calm for the sick. Patience for the endless needs of a world that never pauses. There is no space for rage in a woman's chest. So you store it in your shoulders. You bury it in your knees. You feed it to the soil like ash. Some nights, after Mass, the priest speaks of heaven, of reward for the righteous, of eternal rest for the obedient. You sit in the back row, hands folded, trying to believe. But you cannot imagine heaven. Not really. You cannot imagine a world without hunger, without cold, without fear. You cannot imagine a God who does not ask for your silence before offering his grace. You hope he is real. You hope he is kinder than his servants. You hope he remembers your name. And in this hope there is a kind of rebellion too. Because hope is not passive. Hope is not soft. Hope is the thing that makes you wake again and again, even when everything tells you not to. Hope is what you hear in the crackle of the fire, in the whisper of wind through the thatch, in the way your child sighs when she sleeps, as if the world is gentle. Hope is the thing they could never quite take from you, no matter how many rules they wrote. And so you keep it, quietly, carefully, as a secret beneath your obedience. One day you will be old, your hair will grey, your hands will stiffen, your voice will fade, but the system will still demand. The church will still ask for your confession. The manor will still ask for your labour. The village will still expect your silence. And even then you will obey. Not because you forgot how to rebel, but because your rebellion became your survival. Because to keep walking when the world pushes against you is its own act of defiance. Because to raise daughters who still sing is a kind of victory. You were not born to be remembered. The priest will not write your name in the book. The steward will not record your labour with praise. But the children you fed, the roof you patched, the bread you baked, the prayers you whispered, all of them echo. They will carry you forward, even when your knees no longer can. You do not need monuments. You need only morning. And tomorrow it will come, and you will rise again. And that too is holy. You arrive in France with too little sleep and too much linen. The train that carried you east was filled with silence and steam, and the smell of powdered soap. No one spoke much. The other nurses kept their heads low, their collars stiff, their hands folded in their laps as if they might break otherwise. You had packed neatly. A second uniform, 2 undergarments, a comb, a flask you didn't admit to owning, and a locket with no picture in it. Just a pressed violet from your father's garden. You thought it would feel like a mission. It feels like being delivered. Like a package wrapped in starch and fear, dropped at the doorstep of something larger than you. The sky is grey when you step off the train. Not the grey of bad weather, but the grey of expectation, of days without definition, of smoke that hasn't yet risen. The hospital is not what you pictured. You had imagined stone walls and iron beds, clean white curtains, quiet. But there are tents, dozens of them, stretching like broken teeth along a muddy ridge. The ground squelches beneath your boots. You were told not to bring good ones. You regret that now. Every step is a soaking reminder that you are no longer home. The tent flaps are tied open, revealing rows of cots too narrow for the bodies they hold. Some are full, some are waiting. None are empty for long. The soldier with half a face turns to look at you as you pass. You don't flinch, but your spine locks. You swallow and nod. He doesn't nod back. Maybe he can't. You're assigned to Tent 7. A woman named Harper shows you how to wrap bandages tight enough to stop the bleeding, but loose enough to avoid screaming. You fail twice, once too tight, once too slow. The soldier dies before you finish. Harper doesn't say anything. She just takes the roll from your hand and finishes wrapping air, as if he's still breathing. You ask where to put the body. She nods toward a wagon. You lift him with someone's help. You don't look at his face. You look at his boots. One is missing a sole. You wonder if that made him limp. You wonder if he limped into the war already wounded. The air inside the tent smells like iodine, blood and wet wool. It clings to your hair, your hands, your breath. You try to breathe through your mouth, but then you taste it. You learn quickly to breathe through your teeth. Shallow, controlled. The surgeon doesn't look at you when he speaks. He barks. He doesn't ask your name. You pour water. You cut bandages. You hold limbs down while sores make short work of what infection has already claimed. You clean up what's left. You don't cry. Not because you're strong, because you're stunned. Crying comes later. Maybe. That night you sleep on a cot so narrow your shoulders hang over the sides. You don't undress. The fabric of your uniform sticks to your skin. You close your eyes and see red. Not blood, just the colour red. Too much of it. Then a shape, a boot. Then the sound of someone whispering, "Mother!" You're not anyone's mother. But in the morning, the soldier you held down for amputation thanks you with his eyes. Not a smile, just something like recognition, like maybe you saved something. Or maybe you were just the last thing he saw. Your hands are blistered by day 3. From scrubbing, lifting, wringing. You didn't expect that. You expected sorrow. You expected pain. You didn't expect your own skin to betray you. You wrap your fingers in cloth before your shift. The blood seeps through. No one says anything. Harper gives you a nod. That's enough. You start to move faster. Learn the names of tools. Learn which wounds smell like they're going to turn. Learn which boys have mothers still living and which have already written letters home that will never be opened. You start writing those letters yourself. He was brave. He passed peacefully. He asked for you. Lies, mostly. Gentle ones. You fold them into the envelope like bandages over a wound. They don't heal anything, but they keep it from spilling out. You drink tea when someone remembers to boil water. You eat bread hard enough to bruise your gums. You stop noticing hunger. There is only the next patient, the next scream, the next breath. You wash your hands so many times your skin splits. You cover the cracks with grease from the kitchen. It stings. You do it anyway. You stop brushing your hair. You stop remembering to pray. The chapel tent is always full. You sit outside it once and listen to the hymns float up like smoke. You don't sing. You just listen. And then you go back to work. You make a friend. Sort of. A nurse named Louise. She's from Devon and has a scar on her cheek from when her brother pushed her into a fence post. She tells you this while you're changing a dressing. You laugh. She does too. The sound surprises you. You hadn't expected to laugh again. It doesn't last. A boy comes in with his jaw missing. Neither of you laugh again that day. At night, you try not to dream. You try to focus on the sound of the rain on the tent canvas, on the soft hum of men murmuring in their sleep, on the wind. Anything but the faces, the missing parts, the moans that sound too much like singing. You fail. You dream of home, but it's always wrong. The fields are grey. Your father's garden is drowned. The violet in your locket has turned to ash. You wake with a start and reach for the flask. It burns. You're grateful. No one talks about how to leave. You came with the idea that you might go home, that this was a duty, not a sentence. But every day you stay, it becomes harder to imagine returning. What would you say? How would you explain this? There are no words for the sound a man makes when he realises he has no legs. No way to describe the way blood smells after the 4th hour. No polite way to mention how many bodies you've helped bury. You stay. Not because you're noble. Because you don't know what else to do. Sometimes they send you to the train station to collect new wounded. You try to smile. They try to smile back. Most can't. You take their names, their blood types. You hand them blankets and say, "You'll be all right," even though you don't believe it. They nod. Some cry. One calls you Mum. You don't correct him. By the end of your first week, you've forgotten the exact date. You don't ask. It doesn't matter. You mark time in bandages used, in limbs lost, and how many times the surgeon says we can save him, and how often he's wrong. You lose count. You sleep less. You start walking with a limp from the way you favour one hip during surgery. You don't complain. There's no one to complain to. Everyone's in pain here, even the earth. But still, you stay. You wash your hands. You say the same words. You hold the same hands. You tie knots that will never be undone. You cut away what's already gone. And when the sun rises over the canvas, when the flap of the tent lifts with the morning breeze, you stand. You do it again. Because they need you. Because you can. Because you must. Inside the tent, everything is louder than it should be. Not from noise, from the weight of what sound means. A breath means survival. A cough means infection. Silence means too late. The canvas walls shiver with wind and fear. You step around bodies and buckets, around boots that have no feet left in them. You step around the stench of rot and antiseptic, and the kind of blood that smells different when it's been out too long. You stop trying to name the smells. You stop trying to name the boys. There are too many. They come in without names now, just with tags or numbers or a whispered, This one's from the 6th. You take what you're given. You take them all. The surgeon is the same one from last week, but he looks thinner. His voice has grown quieter, as if he's trying not to wake the war. He nods at you once, and then holds out his hand for the bone saw. You don't hesitate. You place it in his palm and hold the limb steady. The boy's awake. He bites on leather and looks at the sky through the split in the tent ceiling. He doesn't scream. Not until the 3rd stroke. You learn that sometimes screaming is good. It means they're still here. The quiet ones scare you more. Harper mutters, "Wrap tight," and you obey. You wrap and wrap until the wound looks less like a person and more like a shape that might survive. Then you move to the next, and the next. You wash, you dress. You pour water that's already gone cold. You mop blood with cloth meant for curtains. You stop thinking of white as a colour. It's a warning now. White turns red too fast. When the day ends, if it ends, you eat something hard and stale. You chew without taste. You drink something warm and weak. You wipe your hands on your skirt and look at them. They used to be your hands. They used to braid hair and pick berries. Now they tie tourniquets. Now they deliver pain and apology in the same gesture. You do not cry. Not anymore. Your tears have turned to salt beneath your collar. They live in your bones now. There's a boy with a wound that smells sweet. You know that smell. It means the body is preparing to let go. You kneel beside him. You take his hand. You tell him something soft, something like, "You're going to be all right." He smiles. You hate that he believes you. You hate that you've gotten so good at lying kindly. You brush his hair back and promise to write his mother. He nods. He slips under. You cover his face before anyone sees the stillness. Stillness spreads like fever. You don't let it show. Louise brings you a cup of tea. She doesn't speak. She just holds it out with shaking fingers and then walks away. You take it. You sip. You burn your tongue and don't flinch. The pain is grounding. It means you're still here. You clean your tools. You wipe the cots. You straighten the blankets even though you know they'll be stained again by morning. You sweep. You always sweep. The floor never gets clean, but the motion matters. It's a kind of prayer, a plea for order in a place that's forgotten how to listen. At midnight a new convoy arrives, stretchers carried like coffins, some men moaning, some silent, one singing, a hymn. You don't recognise the words. You think they might be Welsh. You take him first. His foot is gone, his shoulder is torn, but he sings. You hum along. He smiles, then stops. You cover him. You move on. There's a private whose lungs are filled with mud. Not metaphorically, literally. His trench collapsed. He breathed in the earth. You try to clear his throat, his nose, his chest. It doesn't help. He chokes. You whisper that it's not his fault. He looks at you with eyes like a child's. You feel something crack inside you. You push it down. You keep working. Harper teaches you how to recognise shell shock, how to spot the boys who shake when no one is watching, who cry in their sleep, who flinch at bells, who stare at the wall like it's speaking to them. You learn to touch them gently. You learn not to ask questions. You learn to sit beside them and just breathe. Sometimes that's enough, sometimes not. One boy claws at his own face. You hold his wrists and sing. He breaks down. You rock him like a baby. You're not his mother. You're the closest thing he has. The surgeon drinks now, more than before. You notice it in the way his hands move, in the way he double-checks the same leg twice. You don't say anything. Neither does Harper. He's still faster than anyone else, still saves more than he loses. That's enough. That has to be enough. You start talking to the dead, not always aloud, sometimes just in your head. You say things like, "I'm sorry," or "You were brave," or "I remember your name." It helps. It doesn't help. It makes you feel like someone still sees them, like they didn't vanish, like the war didn't swallow them. Whole without even chewing. You don't know if they hear you. You say it anyway. You write letters. So many letters. You copy the same lines over and over. He spoke of home. He passed peacefully. He was not alone. You don't know if that's true. You don't care. The mothers need to believe it. You make it true with ink, with the way you fold the paper, with the small pressed flower you tuck inside. One boy asked you to include it. You've done it ever since. You keep your locket closed. The violet is crumbling now. It smells faintly of dirt and something like memory. You don't open it often, just when you forget why you're still here. Just when the tent feels too small. Just when the blood won't come off your hands no matter how many times you scrub. Sometimes the shelling gets close. The ground shakes. Dust falls from the canvas. The men flinch. So do you. You don't run. There's nowhere to go. You check the lanterns. You check the straps. You whisper, "Not tonight, not tonight," and wait for silence. When it returns, you keep working. You laugh once. The boy tells a joke. You can't remember the punchline. You only remember that your laugh sounded foreign, like a sound from another life, like a bird call in a storm. You catch Louise's eye. She smiles. That's the first smile you've seen in days. You hold on to it. At dawn, the surgeon collapses, just for a moment. He gets back up, says nothing. You hand him the next chart. He nods. You keep going. Inside the hospital, time does not pass, it circles. Every hour is like the last. Every day is a variation of the same grief. But within it you find small resistances. A fresh bandage. A successful suture. A letter delivered. A boy who wakes and says, "Thank you." You nod. You don't say, "You're welcome," because you're not sure you are. Still, you keep going. You clean. You wrap. You carry. You soothe. You weep. Silently, once, behind the water barrels. Then you stop. Then you return. Because they need you. Because the dead deserve witnesses. Because the living need someone to tell them they're still human. You are that someone, for now. You begin to notice the quiet in your own mind long before it reaches your lips. There is a numbness that settles somewhere behind your ribs. Not pain exactly, but absence. The part of you that once mourned now simply records one more name, one more face, one more folded blanket with no body beneath it. The grief no longer arrives with ceremony. It slips in during the smallest acts, washing a hand that will never hold again, hearing a breath that becomes a silence. You used to pray while working. Now you just murmur names as if remembering them is all that keeps the war from winning. Grief becomes something you hide, like a wound too close to stitch. You bandage it by staying busy, by staying useful, by staying here. You write letters with words that don't belong to you, letters that stitch mothers to sons, fiancés to ghosts, families to the idea of closure. You do not tell them about the way he cried. You do not tell them he died begging for someone else. You say he passed peacefully. You lie, and your lie is the only mercy you have left to give. The girls beside you, Harper, Louise, M. They all learn the same dance. They move with practiced hands, with voices that steady themselves mid-shiver. None of you speak of the ones you couldn't save. None of you speak of the ones who didn't want to be saved. You stop using the word hope. You stop thinking of the future. You think of next hour, next patient, next breath. You start to forget your own handwriting. You sign charts with initials and dates, and sometimes you look back and don't recognise them. You eat without noticing the taste. You sleep in half-hour pockets between the screams. You wake with your name on someone else's lips and you answer before you're fully conscious. It becomes a rhythm, a pattern of small survival. There is no time to grieve. There is only time to keep them from dying long enough to write the next letter. You begin to mistake yourself for strong. But strength is not what keeps you going. It's routine. It's repetition. It's a kind of sacred denial. The idea that as long as your hands are moving, the grief can't catch up. That if you clean one more cot, change one more bandage, remember one more name, you will not be the one who breaks. But everyone breaks eventually. And when it comes like a whisper, not a scream. A single sob behind the curtain. A hand that won't stop shaking. A cup of tea dropped and not picked up. You feel it in the moments after, in the silence that follows the silence. You gather the cup, you sweep the pieces, you keep going. because even grief must make room for duty, because there are still feet that need washing, still faces that need wiping, still boys who need to be told they matter, even if it's with the last lie you have. You learn to breathe around it, to cry in dreams, to grieve in passing, to live with the echo of 1,000 undone goodbyes, and sometimes, only sometimes, you step outside, into the cold, into the dark. You lift your face to the sky and say the names, the ones you remember, the ones you couldn't save, the ones who didn't have tags. You say them because someone has to. You say them because if they are remembered, they are not lost. And then you go back in, and you do it again. Because that too is survival. Obedience is not something you choose. It is something folded into you like flour into dough, slowly, repeatedly, until you can no longer tell where it ends and you begin. You do not remember when you learned it. It was never one lesson. It was dozens. A cuff on the wrist when you spoke out of turn. A sideways glance from your mother when you asked too many questions. A story whispered over bread about the girl who didn't kneel deeply enough, and how her crops failed that season. You do not remember rebelling. Not really. Maybe once. Maybe you said no once. Maybe you hesitated when the steward asked for more eggs than you had. You remember the silence afterward. The way everyone looked away when you entered the chapel. The way your husband avoided your gaze. It was not anger that followed. It was something worse. Disappointment. The kind that clings. You obey not because you're weak, but because the alternative is chaos. And chaos has no shape. At least here, under the thumb of the steward and the eye of the priest, you understand the rules, the tithes, the fasts, the limits of your voice. You understand what a woman may do and what a woman must never even dream. You understand the church demands your soul, and the manor demands your body, and the village demands that you smile through both. And still, you find a way to survive it. That too is obedience. The quiet kind. The kind no one sees but still calls sacred. You give your 10th of grain to the tithe barn, even when your cupboard is empty. You bow your head to the priest, even when his eyes settle too long on your daughter. You do not interrupt. You do not resist. When the steward says more labour is needed in the Lord's fields, you go. When he says your home must give another day of service, you do not argue. You pack a crust of bread and a flask of water and leave before dawn. You keep your head low, your voice soft, your thoughts buried. You call this peace. Others call it poverty. You call it survival. And yet there is a toll, a cost that piles like dust behind your ribs. It doesn't bleed. It doesn't scream. It just presses every day. The quiet knowledge that your life belongs to others, that your choices were made for you before you could speak, that every time you were told to obey, you did, and every time you were told to endure, you did. And now, after years of kneeling and carrying and feeding and bleeding, you can't quite remember who you would have been if no one had told you what shape to become. But even in obedience there is a power. Not loud, not bright, but power nonetheless. The power of endurance, of waking every morning to do what must be done, of keeping your children fed, of keeping your husband alive, of keeping your heart from cracking all the way through. The church praises suffering, the manor praises silence, the village praises modesty. But your body praises none of it. It just continues somehow, bone holding flesh, skin holding stories, hands holding everything that would fall apart if you dared to rest. You've heard the priest speak of women who disobeyed, Eve, Jezebel, heretics burned for reading the wrong words or refusing the right man. He says their punishment was just. You do not agree, but you do not say so. You nod. You cross yourself. You pray at the shrine. You fast when you are told. You kneel until your knees bruise, then kneel again. You teach your daughters to kneel beside you. You teach them the rules, not because you want to, but because you want them to survive. You teach them the chants, the signs, the silences. You teach them how to smile when they want to scream. You teach them that obedience is not weakness, it is armour. But at night, when the cottage is quiet and the fire is low, you lie on the hard pallet with your children curled beside you, and you whisper things the church would call dangerous. You whisper stories of women who ran, of women who hid, of women who carved a place for themselves in the forest, away from the chapel and the manor and the eyes that never blink. You whisper them not because you believe them, but because the whisper itself is a rebellion, and because your daughters deserve to fall asleep with a dream, even if it's only borrowed. The men in your life carry their own burdens. You do not hate them. You see the way your husband limps after long days. You see how his hands shake after cold mornings with no breakfast. You see how he flinches when the steward raises his voice. He obeys too. The system spares no one. But still he is allowed anger. He is allowed silence. You are allowed neither. Your emotions must be useful. Kindness for the children, calm for the sick, patience for the endless needs of a world that never pauses. There is no space for rage in a woman's chest, so you store it in your shoulders. You bury it in your knees. You feed it to the soil like ash. Some nights, after Mass, the priest speaks of heaven, of reward for the righteous, of eternal rest for the obedient. You sit in the back row, hands folded, trying to believe. But you cannot imagine heaven. Not really. You cannot imagine a world without hunger, without cold, without fear. You cannot imagine a God who does not ask for your silence before offering his grace. You hope he is real. You hope he is kinder than his servants. You hope he remembers your name. And in this hope there is a kind of rebellion too. Because hope is not passive. Hope is not soft. Hope is the thing that makes you wake again and again, even when everything tells you not to. Hope is what you hear in the crackle of the fire, in the whisper of wind through the thatch, in the way your child sighs when she sleeps, as if the world is gentle. Hope is the thing they could never quite take from you, no matter how many rules they wrote, and so you keep it, quietly, carefully, as a secret beneath your obedience. One day, you will be old, your hair will grey, your hands will stiffen, your voice will fade, but the system will still demand. The church will still ask for your confession. The manor will still ask for your labour. The village will still expect your silence. And even then you will obey. Not because you forgot how to rebel, but because your rebellion became your survival. Because to keep walking when the world pushes against you is its own act of defiance. Because to raise daughters who still sing is a kind of victory. You were not born to be remembered. The priest will not write your name in the book. The steward will not record your labour with praise. But the children you fed, the roof you patched, the bread you baked, the prayers you whispered, all of them echo. They will carry you forward, even when your knees no longer can. You do not need monuments. You need only morning, and tomorrow it will come, and you will rise again, and that too is holy.